If I can have everyone's attention for just a moment, if you would like to speak at tonight's meeting, you'll be required to fill out a form and you can come up and see me to get one.
the blinging cane. She see her cane is blinging. Jimmy Crew. With a hair. Turn my phone down. I gotta use my contract. Somebody called me today. My roofing company called me today and said somebody wanted to wreck my house.
That wasn't you fixing it?
Airbnb. It's Airbnb. And that's all I got this here. Oh, I like that. Because I could have a big to put my foot past.
This is like mine. Talking about except they're all black. Except mine, the frames, everything is black. All black. The crystals are black. Right? I know. Now, yes. Every time I draw, I love it.
I was trying to explain to them how.
Okay, it's time to get started. I'll call this special meeting of the City Transit Trust to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Business item number 1, consider authorizing the chairman to execute the FY25 annual agreement with the Oklahoma Department of Transportation for the State Public Transit Revolving Fund Program in the amount of $243,850. Ryan.
Good evening, Chairman and trustees. So this is basically our annual agreement with ODOT for our state revolving fund. Every year we have to do a mileage audit and statistics for this, and it's just a regular executed agreement.
Are questions or motions?
Move to approve.
A motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 2, receive a presentation on the status of the Downtown Transfer Center. Ryan.
I think I had a small presentation. A couple of weeks ago at our transit committee meeting, we had done a small presentation about updates on our transit center updates and some grant things, and they asked me to come back today for, to present so everyone, including the public, could see what we're actually currently doing with LATS. Oh, you're fine. We're doing well, though. So. All right. So like I said, this is kind of a grants update, building update, and some other interesting projects that we have going on with LATS in the next couple of months. So recently, I'm not sure if everyone is aware, but we were actually awarded a little over $6 million from the Federal Transit Administration to replace 7 of our transit vehicles. These vehicles will actually be hybrid electric, which is one of the reasons why we were able to qualify for these vehicles. In the coming weeks, we're trying to put together when we would come back to the trust to get approval to actually place the order for these vehicles. It typically takes about 15 to 18 months to get them by the time they build them and everything. So hopefully sometime in 2026, we should be having those brand new vehicles here on the ground. In the meantime, we're still maintaining our older fleet, and we're trying to keep them on the road as much as possible. There was another grant we actually ended up applying for, and this was for our facilities grant. This was going to be the federal part of our overall project for the transfer center maintenance and operations building. And a couple of weeks ago, we got a debrief from FTA, how well our grant was, and we scored highly recommended on every category. We did very, very well. There were a couple of things that we can, put more emphasis in our next grant, Justice 40, geographical diversity things, but overall high marks on actually both grants. And so that was really, really good feedback that we got. And so hopefully next year when we go back for our application, we'll continue to do those types of things. But again, we'll keep the trust well informed with everything. So a couple of weeks ago, we had actually reached out because, as you know, one of the reasons why we're trying to build a new administration and maintenance building is that the lack of space. And so we actually reached out to our landlord about a building that's right west of us, about the inquiry if we could actually move into that. And come to hold, yes, it is vacant building. We can actually use this for extra space. And again, we would come back to the trust on this very issue, but this would actually free up some of our, just day-to-day operational things that we need. Currently, we just don't have the space to really do a lot of our jobs. And ironically enough, as we were touring this particular building, our landlord had actually offered us the building that was just south of that, or sorry, just north of that. It's about a 25,000 square feet warehouse building. And this would be something that on the short term we would use as maintenance. Now there's still a lot of work that we would still have to do to see if we can even do that. There's the idea that we might be able to store our buses inside this facility, but as I said, there's still a lot of things that we still have to identify. We have to get some city officials to kind of describe what we can actually do in this building. If we have to do any type of upgrades, then again, once we have that information, we'll come back to the trust, to see what direction we want to go. But as of right now, because I know there was some information, I guess, put out that we're trying to move away from the direction that we were going to building a new operations and maintenance facility. The idea is this is the short-term fix, just to give us more space. However, this does actually present a potential long-term option, because we have been offered that we could purchase all of this land as an option. But again, there's more due diligence that we still have to do, but we wanted to, again, present this as an option for the time being. So were there any questions so far? No?
Any questions, council? Randy?
Question or statement. I really like long-term.
Yes.
That's my favorite idea.
Yes.
Bob?
Yes, Ryan, I appreciate the presentation. The concern I have is the monies that have been spent with a move-in plan A, if you will. I kind of gonna repeat what Councilman Warren said, that I'm very much more long-term, and I guess a question I would pose is, what brought about the change in the sense that we were guns and glory and now we're looking at Plan B? I mean,
Yeah. No,
because
yeah.
the citizens have put out the money,
Yep.
the plans have been drawn, the architect shows, all this has been projected, and then it comes back and we'll tell the citizens, now we're not going to build this, we're going to go with Plan B. Well,
Yeah.
they've been sold Plan A.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of doubt. There is a lot of doubt, especially with this council person.
Yeah.
Why Plan B?
So again, the main reason why we just came upon this information, and we wanted to present this as a short-term solution. That was really the main idea, because as we've said before, we can't build anything until we actually have the federal dollars. And we don't know, we're hopeful that we would actually get, the federal dollars in the next couple of years with grants, but that could just be in phases. And the idea is that we would start the transfer center as phase 1, and then phase 2 would actually be operations and maintenance facility, as long as we actually have the federal dollars to do so. But one of the things is, right now, our current maintenance facility is small. It's not big enough to actually do the current service that we're wanting, and then it's actually putting us into a situation where it's hard to expand services because we don't have enough space to maintain these vehicles. This was just an option that presented itself, and I thought it was kind of too good to be true, or it was something that we had to present to the Transit Center Committee as again, short-term solution, but potentially a long-term fix, depending on once we got all the information. But that's all that was.
I wanted to make one clarification of my desires and make sure that everybody understands. You're just talking about the maintenance and administration facility. You're not talking about the transfer center.
No.
Okay.
No.
So I was correct there. I just want to make sure I'm on the right page. But my idea was I'm really in favor of trying to make that current location the long-term home for the maintenance and administration, if we can do that. Whatever we need to do as far as the city staff or whatever, I hope that we can do that.
And I just want to clarify too, we have spent funds towards the plans for the new facility. That contract is only a 30% design, and so that's really just the fluffy picture of the floor plan. And so the majority of that money went to what's called the environmental review, which is required just before you spend any federal dollars to make sure that that property meets environmental review. So none of the money that we spent so far on the design is wasted. So I just wanted to make that clear.
How much money have we spent so far? Roughly 400.
Yeah, 400-ish.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, and
just
so-
on the 30%.
And the environmental review, yeah.
I'm on that committee, and we had a long discussion the other day about all of this. And I'm hearing on our maintenance is one problem, administrative building, or the station is another one. And I think I just heard you say we're going to be another year to see if we're going to get money. What are you forecasting timeline until we can actually get something started to build? And I've got a reason for asking that question.
So,
just roughly.
Yeah.
Another year or 2 years?
So in all actuality, we do have some federal funds right now that we might be able to actually start at least finishing up the rest of the design engineering and possibly start construction of the transfer center. And that's why what we would be proposing is to, instead of trying to build all of it all at once, is do it in phases. Start with the transfer center, get that built, and then if we are fortunate to get additional funds to build the maintenance and administration building.
But we don't have enough money right now to come anywhere near close to what the 30% plans are showing. So what I'm thinking, and I'm not making this a motion just to think about, at the next time we have a transit meeting, maybe we'd better kind of pull the plug and let's look at reality and get something built so the people have a place to change buses and build something more in line with the budget we started with, which was around $3 million, and get something going. So, I mean, we just need to think about that. Maintenance center sounds fine. Plans going there, we're looking at, that's all great, but we need to get a terminal.
Yes.
And we can't keep waiting year after, it's just 5 years now.
Yes.
So I think time is here that we need to do something. So that's what I'll be looking at the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Oh, yes.
I have a
Mr.
comment,
Hampton.
Mayor. Appreciate all the work that's been done over the years. It is taking a long time, and I agree with Councilman Gill on the fact that we need to get something for the citizens built. And from what I understand, you're changing to more of a phase thing where we can, first phase, we get that transfer center built. And we did speak about the fact that there's some issues with the retention pond and some other issues that we have over there. So this kind of really plays into our hand as far as getting something done for the citizens as quickly as possible, correct?
Yes, yeah, and again, keep in mind, this particular option that came up, we did not have that option in years past. If we did, we would have...
Don't you know me? I'm a native son. That's an entrance.
Yeah. So once this option came, we wanted to present this. There are some difficulties, as you mentioned, the retention pond. That is an issue. Once we got the environmental study part back, it was going to be very costly to have it.
cease and desist.
Get your hands off me! Why the police come straight from the underground, trying to kill me because I'm brown?
She's had a good mood.
Thank you to our officers. Please
Yes,
continue.
Yeah, so, trying to think. Yes, this is a short-term option, but could be a long-term, fix for the citizens. And, again, I can answer any further questions after if need be, and we'll present that at the next transit committee meeting. And then obviously before we do anything, we want to make sure we have enough information, because this maintenance building, there are a couple of things that we still have to kind of find out. So, and we'll come back to y'all with all that information.
Ryan?
Yes.
I'm back to the hybrid electric vehicles and
Yes.
the money for that grant. And what is the timeline before we're actually going to be ordering those vehicles? Do you know a date yet, or Christy?
We actually have a meeting scheduled with finance on Monday to finalize, what account will be used and the amounts and all that kind of stuff. So we would like to place that order, within the next 30, 60 days, kind of depending on how all the finance works out.
Do you feel assured that waiting 18 months until we get them, that we're going to have enough money? with
We have to have all the
that we
money up
have?
front before we can even place
Okay.
the order.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Any other questions?
There's a couple other slides, but I'll go really quick.
Oh, you want to keep talking?
No, I mean, either or. I don't have to.
Keep going. If you've got more slides, keep talking.
I can go. Yes, fine. Yes, all right. Yeah, I already talked about the things. Oh, no, I
Yeah,
already-
thank you. That's good.
that is good. That's fine. Long story short, LATS is doing great. We do have some public meetings, public hearings in the next month or so. I implore everyone to at least try to attend some of those meetings. We will talk about our new routes, fixed routes that will start sometime in mid-March, and then our rebranding as well. So thank you again.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion for adjournment? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Chapman? Gill? Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins?
Okay, so that ends the transit meeting. Now I'll call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council. Please stand for the invocation by Reverend Michael Logan of Galilee Missionary Baptist Church, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I don't see the pastor. Miss Alberti, would you please lead us in prayer?
Father, we come before you on this day, Father. This is the day that you made, and we shall rejoice in it, Father. In spite of whatever we went through today, Father, you're still God, Father. Thank you for the love that you have for us, Father. And as we look at our city council women and the councilmen, Father, give them wisdom and knowledge and understanding, Father. Let even the constituents, Father, have to share their concerns, but then they let them take their concerns to the Lord for you to give advice and wisdom for what they need, Father. Father, you say in your word, Father, for us to build, we're supposed to build a foundation for the future generation, Father. And so we look to them for that, Father. We look to you because you're the author and finisher of our faith, Father. We thank you for each one of our council people that have stayed there standing on the stool. Nobody have decided to resign or left, Father. And so we thank you for that, Father. We thank you for our city manager, Father, how as he labored at night, Father, you give him wisdom and knowledge on how to conduct this city, Father. And then we thank you and praise God for the mayor that we have on today, Father. We thank you for you keeping him, containing him, Father. Show the blood is still covered, still keeping, Father. And then we thank you for the love that you have for each one of us, Father. We thank you for how you kept us all day long. The enemy could not even catch our feet in the net, Father, because of the love that you have for us, Father. And then in your word, you said no weapon formed against us shall prosper, Father. And so we thank you, Father. As we look at one another, we look at each other, we unified ideals and minds to work together, Father, for the improvement of this city, Father. And so we thank you for who you are in our life. And we love you because you love us first. In the name of Jesus, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, Miss Alberti. Would you please call the roll?
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Present. Warren.
The quorum is established. And now for the True North Award, Matthew Duvall, Animal Welfare Officer. City Manager?
Matthew, come on up. So we talk an awful lot here at the city about having professional and impactful interactions with the staff, or with our citizens, excuse me. And we do that in a couple of different varieties. We do that at our public events, our open streets, our Freedom Fest, or things of that nature. But more importantly, we do that every single day, little interactions that come up throughout our community. And one such instance involved Officer Duvall. A couple weeks ago, he received an animal welfare call and he responded. He got there and a dog was stuck down in a drainage ditch of a very deep canal. And in fact, Officer Duvall had to reach the animal by being lowered down by a rope. It was that deep. So he got down there, he was able to free the animal, and then after that we realized the animal had been microchipped, and so we scanned it and we figured out who the owner was. And so the dog had been missing for 5 years, and because of Officer Duvall's actions, he was able to facilitate this very emotional reunion with the owner. And so, you know, we talk about world-class customer service, we talk about putting our citizens first, but I can't think of a better example and better exemplified than Officer Duvall's actions that day. So please give him a round of applause. And then Cliff Hagenmiller. Cliff, why don't you come up? This is pretty special. Cliff is a very long-time employee of the City of Lawton, has worked for the City of Lawton for 27 years. Has been in the Streets Division, started out at the lowest ranks, worked his way up the highest.
Equipment operator is the highest.
Okay.
Now just let me work a computer.
So in 2009, he became our superintendent for streets, and he's been in that position since. And so recently we had an opening for our deputy director of public works. Cliff applied for that position, and he is certainly well qualified to do it. He's done an amazing job with our streets. I think anybody who drives around the city can see where we've come from and where we are now and how much progress we're making. That's due in large part due to Cliff's action. So we're very happy to announce this promotion to the public, and we wish Cliff well going forward. We know you're going to do a great job.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Okay, now we move on to proclamations, and our first is the Citizens of the Month, plural, the Mountain Metro Ambux. So if y'all will come down front. I see you guys all called each other this morning. Wore your pink.
No, you don't have to block it out of you. We're fine.
Shoulder to shoulder, like you love each other. Shoulders together.
All right. All right. Okay, well, this is pretty special. And when we have a Citizen of the Month, a lot of times it's just one person, but this time it's many. And I think it's very important to recognize groups like the Mountain Metro Ambux for all that they do in the community, because not a one of them gets a penny out of it. And the pay's not very good, but the pay's pretty darn good, isn't it? because the pay is fulfillment that we get for serving our fellow man and all the great things you do in the community, and I appreciate you. Whereas Mountain Metro AMBUCS is a national nonprofit organization dedicated to creating mobility and independence for people living with disabilities. Whereas the members work tirelessly to improve the lives of countless individuals and their families through the provision of Amtrak therapeutic tricycles, scholarships, and other adaptive equipment designed to enhance mobility and promote active lifestyles. Whereas the efforts of Mountain Metro AMBUCS embody the spirit of community service and volunteerism, coming together to raise awareness and funds for programs that directly benefit those with disabilities, fostering an inclusive environment that encourages participation from all. Whereas through educational outreach and community events, Mountain Metro AMBUCS promotes understanding and awareness of the challenges faced by individuals with disabilities, advocating for their rights and the importance of accessible resources. Whereas Mountain Metro AMBUCS actively collaborates with local businesses, schools, and healthcare providers to create comprehensive support systems that address the diverse needs of individuals with disabilities. I do hereby proclaim Mountain Metro AMBUCS as Citizens of the Month for October 2024. On behalf of the City of Lawton, thank you for setting an inspirational example for others and rising to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Let's give them a big hand. Okay, President Tasha Perry.
Yes, sir.
Did I say that?
Tasha.
Tasha.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
you still talk.
So thank you so much for this. This is a huge honor. As you know, our girls work tirelessly. We help the community in so many different ways, and I'm super proud of each and every one of them. They do so much above and beyond the mission and motion that they do, and it truly takes givers' hearts to continue to do, and they are always looking for something to do and to help out in our community. So thank you so much.
You guys are awesome. You do a lot of great things. Car show to raise money, all that stuff you do working for nothing. And like I said, while you may not get money for pay, the pay is pretty good because you get fulfillment for making a difference in people's lives. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. National Business Women's Week. Did I see Christy here earlier? Who's coming up for LBW, I guess? Are you coming in? Yes. All right, Patricia. And I forgot my pen. Uh-oh. Not my I Love Lawton pen. All right. Whereas, oh, wait a minute. I got to have glasses. Hey, another hand for the AMBUCS as they walk out. They do a great job. Whereas National Business Women's Week is celebrated annually during the third full week of October to honor and recognize the contributions of women in the business world. Whereas women have played a vital role in shaping the economy, driving innovation, and fostering leadership in the workplace. That's one reason this is one of my favorite organizations. They are always preparing the next group of leaders, and I appreciate their outreach to our young people. Whereas this week serves as a reminder of the ongoing commitment to gender equality and the empowerment of women in all areas of business. Whereas we celebrate the achievements of businesswomen who have inspired others through their leadership, mentorship, and dedication. Whereas by promoting diversity and inclusion in the business sector, we strengthen our communities and enhance our economic growth. I do hereby proclaim October 14th through October 18th, the National Business Women's Week, and I urge all citizens of Lawton and the other community organizations to join this salute to women that are working and encourage and promote the celebration of the achievements of all professional business women as they contribute daily to our economic, civic, and cultural purpose. So let's give them a big round of applause.
So thank you, Mayor. We are incredibly honored for this proclamation. And like he said, next week, the 14th through the 18th, it's National Business Women's Week, and it's also Lawton Business Women's Week. If you want to see the events we'll be doing, you can check out our Facebook page. It is Lawton Business Women. And if you want to learn more about us, you can come to our luncheon tomorrow at noon at the Lawton Country Club, and we will be talking more about everything that we do. So I hope that you guys join us, and thank you so much, Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you guys for coming. Okay, this next one's for White Cane Day. Who's going to receive this one? Rocco, come on up, and whoever else is coming. We got several here on the front. We're going to have a little trivia. It's not on the agenda. I hope I don't get in trouble, but it has to do with this proclamation. Okay, from the audience, this trivia is for the audience. Who is the United States Senator? I'm going to give you this challenge coin. It's a mayor, city manager challenge coin. What United States Senator from Lawton, Oklahoma was blind? Okay, how about you guys? Can you answer that? Who? Thomas Gore, in the early 1900s, was a blind United States Senator from Lawton, Oklahoma. Do I get the challenge coin? All right. Whereas the white cane is used by Lawton residents who are legally blind to allow them to navigate our city and access its public places, schools, and businesses. Whereas with proper training, people using the white cane can enjoy greater mobility and safety by determining the location of curbs, steps, uneven pavement, and other physical obstacles in their path. And whereas the white cane has opened the doors of opportunity to thousands of blind Oklahomans by enabling them to travel freely and independently in their communities. And whereas the white cane is now universally recognized as a symbol of blindness that improves the safety of blind pedestrians by alerting drivers when a visually impaired person is crossing a street, parking area, or to other areas open to the public. Whereas Oklahoma law requires vehicle drivers to come to a full stop at least 15 feet away from a visually impaired pedestrian using a white cane or dog guide, and take such precautions before proceeding as may be necessary to avoid an accident or injury to the person who is wholly or partially blind. And whereas to honor the many achievements of blind and visually impaired citizens, and to recognize the white cane's significance in advancing independence, the United States Congress, by joint resolution approved October 6, 1964, has designated October 15th of each year as White Cane Safety Day. I do hereby proclaim October 15th as White Cane Safety Day in the city of Lawton, and urge all to observe this day by recognizing the significance of the white cane, both as a symbol of independence and a symbol impacting technology that enables Oklahoma residents with visual disabilities to participate more fully in the social and economic life of our state. And the Oklahoma Council for the Blind just finished their state meeting, I guess you call it, right here in Lawton, and I was invited to the banquet, and we had a grand time, didn't we? All right, who's going to receive the proclamation? All right, Rocco. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Mayor, that was a very interesting bit of trivia that I had no idea about, and so I have to give you some major kudos on on that one. Another thing I'd like to say is that we are so fortunate to have the support of the city and also the local city government. Everyone has been so supportive of of our local chapter of the Council of Blind, and the reason why we are here is to help the city in ways where stuff is just needed, and the reason I wanted to accept this is because this is the first year we're doing this without our beloved Kay Love, and I'm sure you all saw her story and everything, and I can remember Kay telling me over 10 years ago, she's like, we need a Council of Blind here, and then we need to do a proclamation and stuff like that. And so she was all about just doing things positively. And so once again, I want to thank all of you, Mayor. I want to thank you. I want to thank everybody that is on the city council. Everybody has been so supportive. Thank you very much.
And thank you guys for all you do. Some of you serve on our access board, what we call, raise your hand if you serve on the access board. We got 2 of you, okay. Thank you guys so much. God bless you all. Let's give them another round of applause. All right, that was fun. Now let's go on to the reports by the mayor and city council, and we'll start down here with Ward 1. Okay, Ward 3? Ward 4?
Just letting the citizens know that the road program is continuing right along, making good progress, and fixing to start on picking another 40, possibly 80 streets for the coming year.
All right, and Ward 5.
Yes, very quickly, Mayor. I have 2 events that are in Ward 5. Of course, the Farmers Market. I didn't make it to the Farmers Market. I kind of missed it, but I did have some peach cobbler with smoked Gouda cheese, all locally made. Very delicious. Also, I had some good company out there. Make it out there if you can. Second thing is we had an initiative years ago for tobacco, non-smoking for children. There's the 19th from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. We're going to be having open street, and bring your kids out there. It's a great event. All the vendors out there will have games for them. There'll be free giveaways. The fire department's going to be there, police department, bicycle rodeo. There's a lot of events that are going. If you're not doing anything that morning, at 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock, open street, and it's on C Avenue, all up and down C Avenue. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and Ward 7.
I'd just like to thank everyone that came out to the event, which was September the 26th. It was the Johnny Cook Barbecue. We signed up citizens for the Center of Creative Living, the free meals. Now they're going to be serving them starting the 14th of October every day. But we did get a total of 44 applicants, so that was an increase for them. And the first 22 persons did get a free lunch that day. And thank you so much for your participation.
And more date.
Just a couple things. The first is hopefully we can get everybody to go online and click on the map that shows you when your regular weekly trash pickup is, if you're new to Lawton. Also, it'll tell you when your bulk pickup is, very important. We're trying to keep the trash down, and that's the best way to do it. Another thing that I found out, in the past we had talked about the ability to go online and find out how much water usage you've got and when your largest usage is, and be able to find out if maybe you've got a leak. The city can do that, and we do actively do that. We look for large leaks, and we will tell the citizen that there may be a problem. But you do have the ability to go online on the city's website and look at your water usage to see if maybe you've got a toilet running or something in the middle of the night. If you look on there and you've got water usage in the middle of the night, you know that there's a problem. So just want to make sure everybody knows that.
All right, thank you. And Colonel Baird.
Good evening, everybody. A couple things. One, had a very successful Oktoberfest for those who came out. We had a ton of people there, more than about 400 people versus 90 last year. So it was really great. Got to tap a keg. Life is good. And then, yeah, it's great. Reminds you of college days. Trunk or treat, 26 October on post at the by the youth center there. Starts at 16:30, goes to 18:30. And then at 19, I should probably say that, 4:30 to 6:30 for those who don't speak Army. And then we do the zombie run. So it's an evening run that'll be at 7 p.m. right there at the Martha Songbird Park there. And then, sir, Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate you coming out last week as we looked at how do we look out to 2040 and how we can best integrate with Lawton and the surrounding communities again, or continue to do that as we look at installation readiness, power projection, quality of life, and then energy independence, and how we look at that as we move towards 2040. So I want to say thanks to your team and looking forward to working with John and his crew and the rest as we look out that far, 2040. So thanks.
All right, thank you. And I'll say thank you to Port Salnova leadership for the open arms they have for the Lawton community and always trying to draw us closer and closer and integrate us more. Thank you for that. Okay, before we go to audience participation, we're going to pull a few items forward. First, let me say before I forget, we're going to strike item 35. Then we're going to pull item number 38, 47, and 47A or addendum up to the front. So 38, receive a presentation summarizing the 2024 Spirit of Survival event and discuss future Spirit of Survival events with the support of the City of Lawton. Lane Hooten, come forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the Lawton City Council for having me here today. I appreciate the chance to talk to you. I want to give you an update on the 2024 Spirit of Survival and Spirit of Survival in general. Spirit of Survival was held on October 5th and 6th and was the 16th rendition of the event and the first since 2019. The event's goal is to increase awareness of CCSO's 4 locations, the services we provide, and to raise funds for non-reimbursed expenses associated with transportation, cancer screenings, indigent care, and to support the research program. We first gave thought, with a lot of community encouragement, to restarting the event in January of this year and applied for a permit on February 29th. This permit asked that we use Elmer Thomas Park as the site. After a good deal of thought, we decided to limit the size of the event to running on one day and to hold it on the campus of CCF Cancer Center of Southwest Oklahoma and CCMH. That permit was submitted in July. And earlier in May, we were approached by an amazing organization, the Major Taylor Bicycle Club of Oklahoma. This organization wanted to revive the bike ride and offered to manage it for CCSO. They applied for a permit and received it, and our permit for the CCSO site was approved as well. Any lack of communication, I want to point out, any lack of communication that we had with the council as this went along is related to me. We started late and had many ups and downs with regards to planning and managing the event, but the people who work for the city, the departments who helped us plan this, did a great job of helping us along with this, and it's completely appreciated. At the end of the day, the events were held this past weekend, and they were an unqualified success. A huge reason for the success was the cooperation and involvement of LPD, Lawton Fire Department, Streets and Parks. Another huge contributor was Cameron University's allowing and assisting us in developing a route for the runners and walkers through their campus. Their staff was great, and combined with the help from the city, made for a genuine community effort. As in the past, CCSO will pay for personnel and equipment expenses incurred by city personnel with regards to SOS. We do not want to create any sort of burden to the city and its citizens. We intend for CCSO to continue annually, and as soon as the date can be projected, I will come back to you with a formal request to allow this event to continue in 2025. It's amazing that's coming around. A couple of slides, very few. I want to show you how the number of participants we had this year. And starting late as we did, 1,230 is a really good number. It was held on the campus of the Cancer Center and CCMH, ran through Cameron, and I'll show you the slide for that. Well, here's the sponsors first, or the event partners. And you can see City of Lawton is listed there, Major Taylor, Cameron University, and Comanche County Memorial. These are the bike routes. Kind of hard to tell. I'll just tell you that the longest one went all the way to Sterling and back from Elmer Thomas Park. The shortest one went about 14 miles out, which sounds like a long way anyway, doesn't it? This is on the left is the route for the 5K, and it crossed Gore twice. And the police came in and had Gore shut off for those 2 or 3 blocks there, as at least from the hospital and comes back to the hospital, shut off for about an hour and a half and diverted people around the Cancer Center and back over to an accessible street. So it went well. We had a lot of happy people out there, and it was a great event. You can see just a snapshot of them, and turned to be a great day. We'd like for it to have been a little cooler, but it was not. So anyway, we live with that. And just one thing to point out, the little girl in the middle on the right-hand side, she's 8 years old, and she was the first woman to cross the finish line on the 5K. I mean, there were some adults out there, and she's the first one. I saw her coming, and I thought, well, something's wrong. It can't be. And actually, she ran about 21 minutes for 7 miles, for 3 miles. So that's 7 minutes a mile. And she would have run faster, but her dad couldn't keep up with her, and he wanted to finish it together with her. And on top of that, she comes back in the afternoon and sings the national anthem for one of our events. It was a beautiful thing. It really was. It really was. So anyway, thanks for your tolerance, and furnishing the people who helped us with this. It's a great event, and we appreciate working with you and everyone associated with the city. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Lane, and thank you for bringing this back. Absolutely one of the keystone events of Lawton. We look for that restoration. Thank you. Let's give Lane a round of applause. And all the people that helped put it on. I know it takes a lot. All right, and that'll bring up item number 47, receive a report on completion of the Paws on the Ground Eagle Scout project by Bryce Mosley, benefiting the dog park. Bryce? First surprise.
How's it going, Mayor and Council? It's my pleasure to introduce Bryce Mosley. He's a candidate for Eagle Scout. If you spent any time in the scouting program, you know the Scout law says that a scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. I get them all? Good. I got them all. But I haven't known Bryce for a very long time, but I can tell in a very short amount of time that he personifies these qualities taught by the Scout Law. And it's my pleasure to introduce you to him and have him tell you a little bit about his Eagle Scout project.
All right, thank you, Mitch.
So right after it was approved on the 26th of March, we started work on the 29th of March, and since then we have put in about 538 hours total throughout. I believe 66 helpers came out and helped us. It was just under $6,000, a lot less than we expected, which is fantastic. And then we completed work on the 29th of September. Some of the improvements that we put out there, we managed to get some fire hydrants out there, out of commission, of course. We tagged those, and just, nice for the dogs. We replaced somewhere around 200 feet of fencing and 9 fence posts. We replaced 2 water spigots. We added a gazebo and a concrete pad under it. We separated the small dogs and big dogs area a little bit more by moving that fence into the entrance. And then, of course, general cleanup. We took out a lot of debris, trimmed some trees, dealt with a lot of the trash. Some of the donors that came out, or some of the donors that helped, was the City of Lawton. Of course, they donated the pergola. Quality Fence Co. Inc., they donated all the fencing. Then Southwest Ready Mix donated the concrete. Lowe's donated various pieces, some of the concrete that we used for the fence posts, a couple other things. Then retired Major General Lee Baxter donated some money, along with Nancy and Steve Arntz and Mary Owensby. And then any questions?
Okay, so the dogs are happy.
Yes.
All right.
Very happy.
All right, that's good. I bet they are, especially with those fire hydrants.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Any comments or questions?
Job well done.
All right. Yeah, thank you for doing this. We love Eagle Scout projects. We love the Scouts. And we thank you for stepping up and improving our city. Okay? Thank you. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to 47A, so I don't forget it. It's the addendum on the very back of your agendas, Council. 47A, consider approving the actions of the city manager and mayor as it pertains to the authorization of deploying members of and equipment of the City of Lawton Fire Department to the state of Florida in anticipation of Hurricane Milton as part of a Type 1 Swiftwater SAR team. Chief.
Saturday evening, we received a notification from the State Office of Emergency Management to check our readiness to be able to deploy to Florida. I was able to meet pretty quickly with the city manager, and we were able to get a approval for that. Sunday, the team spent time in preparation, and then Sunday evening about 6, we received the official deployment request from Florida. What happens with that, an EMAC offers assistance during a governor-declared states of emergency. And so this is a governor-to-governor request from Florida's governor to Oklahoma. All costs associated with that are built into that. Congress approved this in 1996. And so we're here just bringing you up to speed and gaining your support for our personnel.
And just to clarify, so everybody hears, this is all, we recover costs associated from the federal government, is that correct?
Yes, sir. We're paid not only for the personnel that go down there, the equipment that we take, but also the backfilling of the overtime of the personnel who are off. We should not be out a dime for this response.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you have any questions, council? Okay, I think it said we need to ratify this, so if I can get a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. That brings us back to audience participation. Lawton citizens having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. The mayor and council will receive comments from audience members. Council may recommend to the individual group as to what action they should take, such as refer the situation to a particular department or person at the city offices. In order to participate in audience participation, each speaker must submit a request to speak form to the city clerk and must reside within the city limits of Lawton. Each speaker will have a 3-minute time limit. Each topic will have a 9-minute time limit. And audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes in total. Each participant is required to adhere to the rules of decorum outlined in Council Policy 1-6. And we have a request to speak from Edward Jensen. If you'll come forward, 4923 Southeast Churchill Way. Mr. Jensen's going to speak on I Help Lawton. Yes, sir.
Well, thank you. I like to use the I Help Lawton, and I encourage citizens of Lawton to use it. But I find sometimes that it just doesn't work. You know, if I give my name and phone number and there's a problem with what I submit, they should call me, not leave it hanging. For instance, the city of Lawton, as far as I know, and you can correct me on this, you have streetlights that are controlled by PSO. You have a contract with them for all the street lighting, except for lights that are connected to traffic signals. Is that correct? Because I've reported the lights at Flower Mound and East Cache Road are on day and night. They're connected to a street, you know, traffic signal. And I go back to check with I Help, why has it not been taken care of? And it just says, well, that's a matter for PSO. And I send a message back to I Help and say, no, it's not, but check. You know, that's a city issue, and it needs to be taken care of. You know, but most times when I report something, such as all the trash that ends up down there on East Cache Road where 15th is, you know, down in that hollow, people dump furniture, brush, whatever, and the city picks it up. You know, you do a fine job with that. And I've reported a number of street repairs, and I watch to see that those get done, and, you know, I say 90% of the time everything gets done in order. I reported a missing street sign. And this one, I didn't know what street it was. The sign wasn't there. And I looked on the map, and I click on that map and tell it. But when they went out to fix it, they couldn't find the street sign, you know, the street to fix. I said, well, just go up and down, you know, 45th Street on the east side and look for the one that's missing. I can't tell you what the street is, but it's been repaired, you know, and it's very important that those things get done. So I just want to encourage people, you know, use I Help. And one other thing.
We have about 15 seconds,
Yeah,
sir.
there's a lot of streetlights in the city of Lawton that are not operating. And sometimes it's a whole bank of them, like on Lee Boulevard. There's like, you know, 10 in a row that aren't working.
Okay,
So
thank
the
you for
police
coming.
need to
Our
do
time's up.
something.
Thank you for coming, sir. Okay, and that brings up D. Jackson, 1712 Northwest Gray War Place. D. Jackson. Okay, apparently D. Jackson is not. And if Josh Isaac will make their way forward, I'll be next. Yes, sir.
Yes, I have
Got
some
3 minutes.
concerns about West Wind that's being built over there by Good Year. And the main question I want to ask is, can you ensure that this plant will be safe for the health and well-beings of the citizens of Lawton, Oklahoma? Like, exactly what is y'all's plan for this plant?
Okay, well, that is not on the agenda, and we're not allowed to discuss it, nor were we allowed to answer your questions. All we can do is refer you to a city office. But what we've dealt with that numerous times for over a year, we've dealt with that, and the city's position is yes. So you can get with a staff member, and they can tell you the city's position on it.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
all you have for us, sir?
Oh, okay, which staff member do I need to get with?
City manager's got his card right there, right down here, the city manager.
Okay, because you are aware that this point that we're not capable of handling the capacity of these dangerous resources that produces these gas that could be hazardous to the health of the citizens and to the environment as well. You are aware of this, right?
We will accept that as your comment. We will not respond to questions for the second time.
I do got one more question. What's more important to you, the health and well-being of the citizens or Lawton or your bottom dollar?
Yeah, well, since we're basically volunteers, it's probably the health and welfare of the citizens. Thank you, sir, for coming. And the next one was Josh Isaac. Joshua? Okay, you don't want to speak? Okay. All right, and that's all I have for audience participation. So we will move on to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and be, when acted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, we've already struck item 35 from the agenda, and now we're going to pull items 4, 5, 11, and 17. Are there any other items that you would like to pull, Council? 4, 5, 11, and 17. 4, 5, 11, and 17. Saying no further, can I get a motion?
Mayor, Council, I'd make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented with the exception of items 4, 5, 11, and 17.
And do you have a second? We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. That brings up item number 4. Consider approving a limited support agreement between the City of Lawton and the Lawton Metropolitan Area Airport Authority, contingent upon the Lawton Metro Area Airport Authority also approving the agreement to provide funding to be used solely for legal expenses related to Fire Station Number 2 located on airport grounds, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement. Give me just a minute to pull up my notes, Council. Okay, I pulled this item, and I think it's actually a follow-up item. We've already approved it, and it's just being reapproved because of the new year, but I have some concerns. The legal fees seem excessive. If what I saw is accurate, it's up over $500,000. I'm very concerned about these legal fees. I want to make sure that we're going to be paid back and that the authority is requesting attorney fees. And what the authority spends on attorney fees is their business until they ask the city for funds, and that puts a responsibility on us to ask questions. And I feel we need to ask for justification of these funds, and that seems to be, they seem to be, at this time, with my limited knowledge, they seem to be excessive. I think it's important to let the authority know that we as a council are concerned. Now, I'm assuming I'm not the only one that's concerned about those, and so maybe somebody else can make comments about those fees.
This is an action process for right now. I think the mayor is correct. I have concerns that I think it's pretty excessive for the lawsuit, the amount of money involved, and the time so far. So I think it's something that we as a council do need to look at and get a complete, comprehensive outline as to what they were for and how they occurred that high.
Does anyone else want to speak? Mr. Warren?
Yeah, my concern is actually getting the funds back, because I know from past experience, a lot of times, you know, if the airport wins, by the time they win, the company they win against doesn't have any money. And so then we're all left, holding an empty bag. At the very least, I think we need at least monthly updates on what's happening. It does seem very excessive. I don't know at what point, I don't know what the damage, I'm kind of on the back end of this deal. I don't know what the damages are that we're seeking, what it would cost to fix that, versus what we've already spent in attorney's fees. So maybe we should have an executive session in a future council meeting and get briefed on that.
So how would you shape that motion?
I would make a motion that this item be brought back to the city council in executive session so that we can be briefed on matters that have a legal consequence to the city as well as the authority.
Mayor, may I also make a comment? This agenda item is not approving any new funds. Council's already committed $200,000 in legal expenses, which it did several months ago. This is just funding or making that, continuing to make that funding available for the new fiscal year. So we're not committing any additional funds. I think my recommendation would be to approve the limited support agreement and direct staff to bring back a presentation in the future, and so we can address some of council's concerns.
Well, and I'd like to add to that, if Mr. Warren will accept it, that the city manager get directly involved in this and find out what's...
I would make both those changes to that motion.
Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 5. Consider approving an agreement with the Oklahoma Department of Rehabilitation Services for food and beverage vending machine services at City Hall and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement. City Attorney.
It's something that is part of my job is I get to negotiate these agreements with folks, with outside vendors sometimes. And we had a lady by the name of Tara Brown who came and spoke with us a few months ago right after I started and really educated us about the vending services offered by the Oklahoma Department of Rehabilitation Services. They already provide a lot of these services at Fort Sill, and as I got to talking with her and talking to the state, I really learned a lot about what this program does. It provides jobs and opportunities, and I think it's very appropriate on White Cane Day that we are looking at approving this agreement. We worked with the state and with Ms. Brown. The things that are going to be provided are food, hot and cold, drinks. We're going to have, they're working within our wellness policy to provide healthy options. We really took our time on this agreement and got something that I believe is going to be great for anybody visiting City Hall. But we are, we're ready to have good and healthy options here, especially with our late city council meetings, have something we can grab out of a machine if we need it to. So, but I talked with Ms. Brown tonight, and I think we're excited to get started, and I know she's excited to get started. So staff definitely recommends wholeheartedly that we approve this agreement and get this in place.
Okay, can I get a motion for approval? I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 11. Consider approving change order 1 on project PR 2309, Elmer Thomas Park Aquatic Center, to reduce the contract amount by $705,049 based on the value engineering review. Who is the speaker? All right, Scott and Mike.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, this particular item is based on back in July when Mayor and Council directed us to work with the architect and the contractor to reduce the contract amount. We met later in July. Councilman Gill and Deputy Manager Dwayne Burke were there, along with the architect and city staff. And we identified at that time 4 potential cost savings to the project. Tonight we're asking you to consider a change order for 2 of those items. The other 2 items I need to explain a little bit further, the 2 items that are not included in tonight's agenda or tonight's change order. One is to eliminate air conditioning in the changing rooms and dressing rooms. We're wanting to evaluate that further to make sure we get that particular item correct before we bring that to you. And the 4th item, or the second of the 2 that we're not asking you to consider tonight, is really kind of a game time decision. Contractor identified a potential savings in the soil, the work that we need to do to the soil, but we won't know that until we really actually start excavating that soil under construction. So again, we'll bring that back to you if that particular VE works out.
Okay, the two items you mentioned are not in the change order.
Correct. The two
What
that
are the two items that are?
The two that are in the agenda, excuse me, the change order tonight are to eliminate the paving of the parking lot from this change, or from this contract, and then also to change the construction of the concession building to a timber frame as opposed to CMU construction. And the total savings to the contract is right at $700,000.
Okay, but there's going to be a parking lot.
Yes, sir, there will.
We're just going to
It'll
build
be-
it with other, outside this contract?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to speak
No,
to
I was
that?
going to say, I saw this, at one time, we had about 905,000 or something, so I
Correct.
wondered what the others were. And I do need to clarify, we made the decision at that time, anything can be changed, but we were going to have the parking lot done by another contractor, as you mentioned, and it's not going to be with our staff or in-house process because of the time limit. And we were doing this not only to save time, but because we think we can do it a little bit cheaper. So that's why we'll go out for separate bids for the parking lot. Try to
Yes, sir.
save a little bit of money there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Everything, that's good.
Mr. Warren?
You took care of one of my problems. That air conditioning deal is going to be a problem for me.
We're still looking at it.
The other issue I've got is it states in there that of course, that we're moving the parking lot, and it said in the background that the city was going to do it, but evidently that's not what's actually in the change order. I mean, it doesn't really matter who's going to do it as long as it gets done. But part of the change order says that the north parking lot's going to be 6 inches of gravel. Is that still the plan?
No, sir, I'm not sure where that came from. The plan is to pave the parking lot per the original design.
Okay, I don't know. It just says in the change order that the north parking lot would be gravelled for excess parking.
Well, the current contractor will place some gravel. The Miller Tippins, the contractor for the aquatic center, will place some gravel, the base. But as far as paving the parking lot, that is to be done under a separate contract.
Okay, I was not clear, because in here it just said that the city was going to handle one parking lot and that the north parking lot was going to be gravelled.
We're limited to mic systems. There's some already gravel down that they're just going to leave for overfill. We're not going to do anything one way or the other. We can always come back and do that. But the original plan, when we met to do the value engineering on that, was to take the parking away from the contractor, which was very happy that we did that, because we're able to probably save some money. Definitely we'll save time on the project and try to make the deadline. So that was the only parking lot done. I think someone picked up that our in-house city was going to do it, but that was never the case.
Dwayne, are you wanting to talk?
Next meeting, correcting that. So, Councilman Warren, we can go back and correct that and bring this item back to the next meeting to make that clear.
Okay, that was my concern, because even if it's already there, I don't know if I don't think I want it there whenever we have an aquatic center there, because I live in Oklahoma my entire life and I know the wind blows. And if somebody drives through a gravel parking lot, everybody in that aquatic center is going to be covered in gravel or gravel dust. So
I recall that specifically being discussed, but I don't think that was the final deal. So we can correct that and bring it back.
So are you saying you want to table it to the next
How
meeting?
about we do that? That way
Is that
there's
going to
no
slow you
doubt.
down, Scott, on
No,
getting this
sir.
done? Okay, somebody make a
that we
motion to
table.
table. Got a motion to table, a second, discussion or debate. Please vote. Need one more. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 17. Consider and take action approving the plans, specifications, and authorize advertisement for construction of PU 2412 Industrial Water Main Phase 2 project to complete the water line loop along 112th Street from Bishop Road to Lee Boulevard and back to 97th, providing water service for additional growth in the industrial park area. Rusty?
Yes, this is the completion of the line that we installed down Goodyear Boulevard, 97th Street, down to Bishop, and over to serve the initial industrial park area. This is to loop that line the rest of the way back around to prevent the excess water loss for the flushing, and also serves that complete industrial park, and will also provide fire flow for any additional industries that come into that.
Okay, so it serves two purposes. One is keep the water fresh, the other is serve the rest of the park.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we have a speaker for agenda item 17, Robert Ratcliffe, 4427 Southwest Parkway Drive. Robert?
All right. How y'all doing? My biggest question is, who's going to pay for this? Because I know whenever you have developers, and whenever they go in to develop houses and everything, they have to pay a fee to get these lines run and everything. I know West Wind is out there, so I mean, are West Wind going to pay for this, or is the taxpayers here in Lawton going to receive another notice on their water bill for this item?
So, this is being paid for with industrial development funds that will be paid back with property taxes off of the all the property in the industrial zone.
So, I mean, I've seen this before here in Lawton because I've lived here quite a while, and every time something new goes in, something new pops up on my water bill.
Well, sir, this is not a water bill item. This is being paid for with, it says LIDA sales tax note, which I think was tied to the CIP. Is that correct, Rusty? And as I said, it's being paid back by taxes on the industrial properties.
Okay, so
it gets paid back to the city.
Yeah, so like West Wind, whenever they actually go in out there, they're going to be paying that
There
back?
will be one of them. They're not the only beneficiary.
Okay. All right, I just didn't want to see something else pop up on our water bills for, you know, like I said, I'm constantly seeing something else come out that, you know, are making decisions on that we have to pay for, and it's like, what the heck? When's enough? So that was my concern.
All right, thank you. Okay, can I get a motion for approval? Do I have a second?
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. That takes care of the consent agenda. Bring us up to unfinished business, item 34. Consider waiving Council Policy 1-6 to reconsider an item within 6 months. Consider rescinding Resolution Number 24-187, which declared the structures located at 1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue a dilapidated structure, and take action as deemed necessary.
Mayor,
Josh.
Mayor, can I interrupt for a brief moment? Can we take a brief recess to sign documents for the consent agenda before we move into unfinished business?
Yes. We're gonna stand a few minutes break here.
Dominique. Try to hang. I need some chips. Girl, I got time to go upstairs and now. They got chips upstairs? What's the other candy. I need to bring you back a chips. What's your favorite candy from there? Okay, what's that? Pick out the bag of chips. Hey, Chief. Hey, Chief, how you doing, Chief?
Okay, we're ready to get started, council. Okay, I'm going to read item 34 again. Do I have an attorney here? Okay, here we go. Do I have a quorum? Okay. Item 34, consider waiving Council Policy 1-6 to reconsider an item within 6 months. Consider rescinding Resolution Number 24-187, which declared the structure located at 1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue, a dilapidated structure, and take action as deemed
Mayor?
necessary. Josh.
Mayor, I make a motion that we waive Council Policy 1-6.
Have a motion to waive Council Policy 1-6. Is there a second?
Second. This will require 6 votes.
Did I hear a second?
Yes.
We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Now we need to discuss 1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue.
Gotcha. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor and Council. All right, so 1913 Northwest Lincoln Avenue, this item was brought to you back in August, the August meeting, and unfortunately gave you the wrong information. The item was tabled because it had past due property taxes, not because of the title issues with the previous owner. So I do apologize about that. We have discovered that if we tear down the structure, the city is less likely to recover the cost at the county sale, the county tax sale, than if the structure was still on the property when it goes to the sale. The current property owner also stated that during his comments during the public hearing that he is planning on remodeling the structure, but it wouldn't be until middle of next year until he does so. And then the unpaid property taxes are from 2022 and 2023.
What are you wanting us to do? Rescind the D&D order?
Sir,
Yeah, Mayor, yes. That's staff's recommendation.
Okay.
This would be a good test case to allow, see if it goes forward, sells at tax sales. So this home is not in bad shape. So the staff's recommendation is to give this an opportunity to go through the tax sale process and give us a better chance to recoup cost on the back end.
Okay, do I have a motion to rescind?
Make a motion to rescind council's previous action on this item and
On this address.
on this address.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Josh. Bringing up, we've already done 35. Now we're on 36. Hold a public hearing and consider a resolution amending the 2030 land use plan for residential low density to residential high density for the property located 801 to 809 Northwest Pershing Drive, Lawton, Oklahoma 73507. Said amendment is related to a companion rezoning request from Deborah Bell, on behalf of Wind Wall Properties LLC to allow for an assisted living home on the property and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is a amendment to the land use plan that is a partner item to the next item, which is a rezoning request for properties 801 through 809 Northwest Pershing. The property owner is Windwall Properties LLC. The parcel is about 0.35 acres. As you can see on this aerial photo, it's been a commercial building since before our zoning code was put in place in 1964. The existing building is considered existing legal non-conforming for several years. The proposed use is a permitted use within the R3 multi-family district. The surrounding zonings are R1 all the way around and residential low density on the 2030 land use plan. The proposed zoning is R3 for an assisted living home facility to go on the property. This item was taken to the City Planning Commission on July 25th, where 5 people spoke against the item. Their concerns were crime, traffic, property values going down, added vagrants to the area, negative impact of the character of the neighborhood, and a potential apartment complex going in the future. The applicant was there and informed the commission this would hold 19 to 20 patients and have quiet hours between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. This is the site plan that they submitted along with this. There's no proposed changes at this moment for the parking lot or the outside of the building. This was brought to the City Council on August 27th and was taken or recommended to go back to the Planning Commission for a recommendation because the original meeting had no recommendation from the Planning Commission. This was re-noticed to everyone within 300 feet of the property. which was 50 owners, on August 30th and posted in the Lawton Constitution on September 1st. It was taken to the Sanity Planning Commission September 26th, where they made a recommendation to approve this item. Before the original City Planning Commission meeting, there was a petition turned into the City Clerk's office with 30 signatures, 12 of which were property owners within 300 feet, 8 renters, and the rest were spouses from the same address, and they were against the rezoning. Here is a map to show those signatures. The dark ones are the property owners, the light gray is the renters. I do want to mention that this is a binding site plan, so the concerns for the apartment complex going there the binding site plan means that this is the proposed use, and if there was a change to this proposed use, it would have to go back through the binding site plan amendment process, which would come back to council and the public hearings and the public notice.
What was the vote for and against at the Planning Commission? Do you have that? The votes for and the votes against?
The vote was to recommend approval on this from the Planning Commission.
Ms. Hankins.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I make a motion that we recommend, that we go with city planning.
We got to hold a public hearing just a
Okay,
minute.
all right.
Okay. Do we have, this is an opportunity for you to ask questions before I open the public hearing. I want to remind the council not to make comments till after the citizens do, by rule, by the way. Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, Cameron Gort was originally there before this.
There's been doctor's office, dentist office, things like that.
Was it a
professional
church?
office
Was it a
places.
church at one time also?
Not aware of a church.
Doctor's office?
Doctor's
Okay.
offices, yeah.
Thank you.
Council. Seeing no other questions from the council, I will open the public hearing on this matter. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward.
We do have
So
a
the first
presentation
one,
for the applicant.
okay, yeah, go ahead. Hi.
She's going to turn on the power.
Hi, Mayor, Council, and audience.
Ma'am, you do have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Rhonda Beltodd. I'll be real quick. During the other presentations, there was some concerns about it being an apartment building. We addressed that during zoning. We just want to give a safe environment for elderly people in a smaller environment instead of a big commercial assisted living or nursing home, somewhere that they can feel safe and get one-on-one care. This is examples of what the client rooms would look like. It won't be apartments, it'll be rooms. Some rooms will have 1 patient in it, some rooms will have 2, where we'll have 10 to 13 rooms if council approve. This is some of the areas, a reception area, a main office, a multi-purpose room where clients can watch TV, do exercise, eat, play games, multiple showers where the nursing staff and CNAs will take the patients to shower, a kitchen with a staff to cook. We plan on having security cameras on all 4 corners facing, because a lot of the community felt like crime was high. So if we have cameras facing out to the street, we're hoping to deter crime in the neighborhood. And by using this facility and it being open and not abandoned, that should also help with crime. We plan on advertising in the Lawton Constitution, getting contracts from DHS. We already have our insurance in place to build Medicare, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, and stuff like that. We went to closing on January 31st for this building. We own the building. We plan on having at least 16 jobs, which will have like a nurse, a LPN, and 2 to 3 CNAs in the morning and an evening staff. One of the other concerns that they had was us blocking traffic. We The owner, she's planning on using her car, getting stuff from Sam's, having stuff delivered in a van, and FedEx and Amazon. This is the current building and what some of the pictures of some of the areas inside. I'm done. Any questions?
I need to get your name and address.
Rhonda Beltodd. I filled this out, but it was still on the
Okay,
clipboard.
and you represent the owner?
I'm her sister, yes.
Okay.
I'll be working there.
All right. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you for coming, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you all for
Stephen
having me.
David, are you Mr. David?
Would you like me to get?
Thank you. Yes, sir. What is your
Thank you,
name?
Mr. Mayor. My name's Delman Bloom. I live
Okay.
at 7.
Did you fill out a form here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it right here, Delman. Go ahead.
1717 Ash, Lawton, Oklahoma. I've been here 34 years. I've been at the same house. I live right up the street from where this building is. We got a great neighborhood. It's a good neighborhood. We got a lot of transient people walking around because our park's just a couple, 2 or 3 blocks away. And everybody goes to the park. I don't think it's a good idea. I'm a real estate broker. I deal with property. And see this parking lot, if they'll show that there, they said that there's great parking. But I went by there a couple times today, in and out. You're not going to get no 20 cars in there because if you park the cars there, you're not going to be able to get out. You can see it because it's out of fee. You're not going to be able to park cars there. We got a good neighborhood. If this nursing home comes in, which they got a great idea, I think, but not in our neighborhood. If this nursing home come in, the property value is going to go down. That's just the way it is. Nobody wants to be there. In our neighborhood, there's a lot of houses that people are redoing them. They're bringing them up to date. And this will make the property value go way down. The streets are small. People park outside on, in front of their houses. If this nursing home comes in, there will be trucks. They got to unload food, whatever, supplies. I don't think it's a good idea. And they're talking about, right now, this parking lot don't have no lighting. They're going to put lights up. It won't affect me from where I live on Ash Street, but the people that live there, that light's going to be in their windows, their bedrooms, and I just don't think it's a very good idea. And one other question. Y'all do a good job, but I don't think any of you people that's on the council would want this in your neighborhood.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for coming, Mr. Bloom. And now Stephen David. 5714 John Quo?
Yes, good afternoon, Council. How are you?
All
My
right.
name is Mr. David. I'm actually one of the owners of Windwall property. So I'm actually one of the ones who bought the building. The building was sitting there. It wasn't doing nothing. It had been vacant. The real estate agent say maybe 2 to 3 years. So I'm here to try to improve the neighborhood. I don't want to destroy the neighborhood. I want to improve the neighborhood. That's why we purchased that building. We checked through zoning and everything to try to see if it would be a good idea to purchase it. We talked to the fire department. They say we was in regulations for fire extinguishers. I'm trying to move my business here to Lawton. I'm funding the project fully through my own money. I'm willing to invest $200,000 in rehabbing this building because the building has been sitting there just doing nothing. I want to bring my other business to Lawton because I want to move to Lawton. I not only have this business I want to open, I have a construction company and a home improvement company that I also want to move to Lawton and also rehab houses. This is just the start of me coming to Lawton. And like I said, I want to offer more jobs to people in Lawton. I want to do something with vacant buildings in Lawton, and this is my way of improving Lawton. Like I say, I'm not here to downgrade no neighborhoods. And I don't want to overcrowd the building. I'm very sympathetic. That's why I approved the name Loving Hands, Tender Hearts because I care about seniors. I'm actually 60 years old myself, and I will be a senior. I am a senior. And like I said, I don't want seniors mistreated. So that is why I want to open up a home where people can feel loved and be loved. And I don't want to cram them in there. Like the guy who did our drawings, he said, oh, it could be a nursing home. I told him I don't want a nursing home. I don't want to put that many people in there because I want people to be able to have independent care and feel like they're in their own home. I want to make a home environment for these people. You know, I don't want to cram people in rooms and make it like it's a cram house. I don't want to do that. I want people to have space. I want them to feel comfortable when they're in their rooms, and I want them to be taken care of. If my staff can't take care of them, they will be immediately terminated. I want somebody to feel like they love. If they are mistreated, I want them to personally report to me. I will be hands-on. If they report to me, if somebody's mistreated, they're not allowed to work in my facility. And that's the way I feel about the facility. Like I say, I care about it, and that's my passion for it. I just don't want people being mistreated. My mother was mistreated in a nursing home. I don't want it for anybody else. So, and like I said, I'm funding these projects myself. I bought the building. I paid cash for it. Nobody gave me no money for it. We purchased it with cash. We fund it with cash. They told us we got to put sprinkler systems in. It might cost $30,000, $40,000. I told them I'll do that. Whatever I have to do to make the building safe for senior citizens, that's what I'm going to do to that building. And I'm not trying to put big trucks, delivery trucks. Like I said, we're not trying
Just got about 10 seconds.
We're not trying to overcrowd the neighborhood. We just want to make it a safe environment and improve the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. David? Okay, Cecil Cummings, Jr.
I do just want to mention they still will go through the building permit process and get all the review and be brought up to city codes.
Mr. Cummings, 1735 Ash.
Yes, sir. I live right across the street. The assisted living is a good idea. Matter of fact, I have a mother. She's in Southwestern right now, and I'm working on assisted living for her. I live right across the street. I've been there about 15 years. When I went to buy my house, there was 2 houses down further that were just a few $1,000s cheaper. All the houses on the north side of that street, they're all the same. They're all got a 1-car garage, bedroom upstairs, 1 downstairs. They're all basically the same. The reason I picked this location is because I don't have nobody in front of me. It's a parking lot. The traffic in our neighborhood is not bad. Everybody that will visit that place or work at that place, they will have to come out of their driveway. Their driveway meets my driveway. So it means every night they're leaving, headlights in my front door, headlights are in my bedroom. Either way about it, both driveways meet right up together. My grandkids are there on the weekend. They play. There's not much traffic. This is going to bring more traffic in our neighborhood. My son-in-law is a firefighter, been one for 8 years. I asked him how often do they make calls out of the 82nd Fire Station to the assisted living facilities on the west side. He says nightly. And I said, I deliver, I work at FedEx. I talk to the ones out there off of Lee. Most of their calls are all at night. So you're talking fire trucks, ambulances in the neighborhood at night. The parking lot, like he stated, is not lit. It's going to have to be lit, so that means I'm across the street. I got more lights in my bedroom at night. Like I say, I'm not against the assisted living. I'm fixing to be in the same boat. If anybody wants to check, I'll give you the room number and everything with my mom. I'm in that process right now. Our neighborhood is just, it's not equipped. I would ask all of y'all, if y'all lived in my house, right across the street, right where that red truck is, would you want this in front of your house? I've talked to realtors. This will bring down the value of my property.
Okay, thank you for coming, sir.
No
David I can't read the last name, I'm sorry. 806 Northwest Pershing Avenue, Pershing Drive.
Lock. I just want to reiterate the fact that
This is L-O-C-H-E?
L-O-C-K-E.
L-O-C-K-E, thank you.
My wife and I live at 806 Northwest Pershing, the large house on the corner. We bought that as our forever home. I hope this doesn't turn out to be a mistake. Lived in Lawton our lives, raised our kids here. This neighborhood is in no way, shape, or form set up to handle what they want to do there. That building, what they're quoting, their numbers are unrealistic. won't take place, not within code. And that's just going to cause expansion, and here we go. Going from R1 to R3, sky's the limit. Extra lighting, all the traffic, the ambulances, everything involved. The utilities in that area struggle to keep up with just a regular neighborhood. Ask anybody that lives there. This is, that it's gotten this far just stuns me, but it shouldn't. The council brought up earlier this evening that they're there for the citizens of this city. Well, we're citizens of this city, and we don't want a 24-hour day, 7-day a week, 365 days a year business operating 40 feet off of our front door. They can look right, they'll just look right in the windows of our houses and over 24 houses that surround it. I feel that it's totally unfair. I'm for the business that they want to operate. There's countless lots and property in this town that this could be operated on. This is entirely the wrong spot to put this. This would be a travesty to the neighborhood that's over 80 years old. Established neighborhood, quiet and peaceful. This just is not a good fit in any way, shape, or form to any logical person. None of you would want it out your front door. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming. And now, Chris, it looks like Nelms or Helms, 804 Pershing Drive. Chris, what is your last name?
Nelms. Yes,
All right,
it is
thank
Nelms. I bought my property 24 years ago. Nice, quiet neighborhood. Could have bought anywhere, but I really wanted to be central. They had a good school system, and I loved the neighborhood. They did have a doctor over there. They had a CPA over there, but they closed down at night. They weren't there on the weekends. It wasn't operating every day and night, and those are my concerns, because it is literally 40 feet from where I live. It's going to bring in more traffic. They're going to have people that are coming to visit. But one of my concerns is, they say they're going to put 20 beds in this area. But if you factor in 200 square feet per person or bed, that building's only a little over 3,000 square feet. How do you put a common area? How do you put all of this into a little over 3,000 square feet? I'm not sure how that can be done. And I personally think there are better plots of land that this would work in better. And really, that's all.
All right, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that'd like to come and speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council. Ms. Hankins.
Cameron, did these people that spoke tonight show up at the City Planning Commission to speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so I think Mr. Gill asked about the numbers for and against this at the City Planning Commission.
Yeah,
Did we get those?
Yes, ma'am. The City Planning Commission made a motion to recommend to council to approve this.
Okay.
What was the vote, Cameron?
I guess the percentage is what?
Of the Planning Commission members,
The
everyone was there
commissioners.
passed.
So it's unanimous?
It was unanimous, yes.
Okay.
I just wondered, we generally respect what the Planning Commission says, but not always.
Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Williams.
How many people did you all say was going to be in this facility? How many people will fit in this facility?
They said
No
up-
more than
up-
20?
Up to 20.
Council, do you have further comments? Mr. Gill?
Do the owners have a state permit they'll give them a specific number? They have to file and get approved by the state and get a license. Do you have that managing license of that facility, and what's the bed count on it? You should have a bed count. They'll give you a count of how many they'll license beds. They put that on the license. Okay, 20 bed?
Okay, can you come forward, ma'am? And sir, if you'd come back up here as well.
It's not a people count, it's a bed count. It'll be a bed count, and it'll be on your license. You'll be licensed for so many beds from the state of Oklahoma to be able to open up.
Do you know Deborah?
Do you have a license?
She don't. She doesn't have it with her.
She's applied for the license.
She's applied, but you don't have one?
Yes,
So you don't know how many beds they're going to allow you to have?
I think they said
So you can't use 20 because you don't know?
No, we said 20 people. It's like 10 bed, 2 people in a room, like twin beds. Some would be twin beds, like hospital beds.
They'll give you an amount of beds. They won't clarify whether it's single or, they'll just give you a bed permit. But if you don't have that from the state, then you don't know how many you can put in there.
She has it. She just didn't know she had to bring it with her.
You do have a license?
Yes.
From the state of Oklahoma?
Yes, she applied for it last year.
With a bed count on it. But you don't know what that bed count is?
Not off the top of our head.
That's not good.
Council, what do you want to do?
Mayor, I just wanted to correct an earlier statement that it was a unanimous vote at the Municipal Planning Commission. It was actually, the vote was 6-1. It was 1 against this project.
All right, thank you. Council?
Make a motion to deny.
Motion to deny. Is there a second? Do you have a second? Motion to deny and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. A yes vote will deny. Motion to deny carries 6-1. Does that do away with item 37?
Yes.
Okay, so 37 is stricken. 38 was already handled. We're on 39. Receive a presentation and consider approval. Okay, where was I? 39. Receive a presentation and consider approval for a resolution authorizing a citywide No Cart November event. I forgot.
Good evening.
Get under
Mayor.
pressure.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Mike Waters, Director of Public Works. Yes. All right, so this is just a presentation. We are planning on trying to do a No Cart November event during the month of November, where we're going out and picking up different shopping carts that may have been abandoned throughout the city, and then allowing the commercial businesses that have shopping carts to collect those carts at their expense, but at no expense to the city. We're not charging the commercial industries. It's just they would be coming out there and picking up their carts throughout their labor force and whatever contracted transportation that they would have for it. So the goal is just to reduce the number of abandoned shopping carts that we have throughout the city of Lawton. We've heard the complaints that people have shopping carts throughout the city, whether it's on their property or behind a business or something along those lines. So what we propose doing is allowing shopping carts to be placed on the curb during normal bulk waste procedures and processes. It would not count towards their 4 cubic yards of bulk waste that they're allowed per month. The carts that are placed on the residential property on the right-of-way to be picked up, they would need to be emptied. We do have a process that if they have a full cart, they can contact our solid waste division just to schedule another pickup for that. We just want to make sure that the empty carts, the way that we're planning on picking up the empty carts, just would not be suitable for a large truck to be going out and doing that. We don't want to damage the carts if we can. So if a cart is missed, they would contact the solid waste division. A citizen could do that. This would be our proposed schedule. It is week 4 would be during the Thanksgiving week. So we did propose to move that to be a 2 or more or less a 2-week period to pick up those carts in that area, just due to the Thanksgiving holiday. Make sure we have enough days to pick up those carts. And again, from the commercial side, they would be stored behind the Public Works building, and we would have a process that they would be coming through on normal business hours to claim their carts if they so wish to do so. If whatever carts are not picked up by January 31st, we'd be considered abandoned, and the city would dispose of in accordance. Any questions?
Council, do you have questions or motion to approve? Or not?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve. Did I hear a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Thank you, Michael. Motion carries 7-0. Get your shopping carts out. Number 40, hold a public hearing and consider a resolution for an amendment to the 2030 land use plan to include the parcel as part of the industrial land use classification on property located at 10925 Southwest Bishop, Lawton, Oklahoma 73505, and take action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
Good afternoon or evening, Mayor, Council. January 2024, the city annexed this property into the city limits, and it was given a temporary zoning of I-4, stipulating that the permanent zoning be placed within the first year. There is currently no land use plan associated with this parcel, so this item would be to add to the 2030 land use plan and classify it as industrial. This is the northeast corner of 112th and Bishop Road. To the north, you have an industrial land use. South is outside city limits, east is outside city limits, and to the west is industrial. As you can see, here's the current zoning map, with there being a temporary I-4 on that area, with the proposed next item changing the zoning to permanent I-4. This was taken to the Planning Commission on September 26th, where they made a recommendation to approve this item. This was noticed to 5 property owners within 300 feet August 30th, and posted in the Lawton Constitution September 1st. We received no phone calls for or against this item.
Council, do you have any questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on this item. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, you do have one for a public hearing.
Oh, okay. Actually, she's on, well, it does say 40 and 41. I'm sorry. Okay. Queso Whitley, 7902 Northwest Echo Road.
Yeah, I just
Queso?
have questions about the memorandum specifically itself and the notes from the meeting for the CPC. So I didn't know when it would be appropriate to ask. That's why it's 40 and 41. So is that now?
All right.
Or do you want me to wait
Yeah,
until
this
after?
is fine, I
Okay.
think. Ask the question, we'll find out.
Sounds good. So in the CPC notes itself, it's talking about like the annexation process, and it says that good stated, because right now we have these temporary zonings, and when somebody calls in and wants to know what they can do there, well, it's temporary I-4. Sorry, that's actually later than my question. Okay, so it says that the rezoning wasn't done at the time of the annexation, and that it was the quick path to annexation versus also including the rezoning at the time. So I was just wondering who I could speak to that would maybe illuminate to why the city chose to do that.
Christine James.
The current annexation process does not include a zoning or a rezoning. That's something we're planning to fix in a couple meetings from now, to include rezoning as far as the annexation process. The annexation process is a state statute, and that doesn't involve rezoning. So historically, all the rezonings have had temporary zoning districts where we address that later within the city.
Okay. Does that help you, ma'am?
Kind of. Was she basically saying it's just standard city practice? Or it's a state statute? Okay. And then also in the memorandum, it says that there was an analysis that was done that was based on Title 11. And like, I guess I just have questions around that in general. So would she also be the person to connect with?
Who can speak to the analysis, to Title 11's the state law?
Yeah.
If it referenced the state statutes, Title 11 municipalities, that's what the reference in the.
So was the analysis basically just to analyze the legality?
Yeah, the analysis is just facts. Boom, 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 boom. Title 11 of state statute is what requires a notice requirement to the surrounding property owners in the newspaper.
Okay, does that help you, ma'am?
Sort of. So I guess my questions were around the analysis itself. So like the traffic congestion was something that came into play, where they say that it won't cause any traffic congestion, but it's like across town from the highway, things like that. So I guess I have questions like they're saying that there's no running water there, so there's no fire hydrants, but yet Western is open for operations. So I'm just not sure like how that's happening. So I don't know who to talk to kind of get, I guess, reasoning behind that from the city.
I guess a planning department. Who wants to speak that? Here comes the fire chief.
I'm the one that performed the analysis sheet, so I could answer the questions that she had on the analysis. If we do that at this time, or?
I was just going to say, Rusty and his folks, we do have operational fire hydrants on the site.
At the time the initial analysis was done was when the original rezoning request went in. So at that time, the water line was not complete yet, and so now the water line, sorry.
The water line construction was complete February the 23rd of 24. It's a 20-inch watering main, and at that location, there is 8,000 gallon per minute fire flow available.
Okay, thank you. Does that help you, ma'am?
Yes, just my last question. So it says that in order to facilitate adequate provision of transportation, water, sewage, blah, 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 the City of Lawton Public Utilities are placing water lines or sewer lines to serve the parcel. So I was just wondering why that was or instead of both, because if you're getting something in, wouldn't you need it out?
Restate your question.
So I'm wondering why in the analysis it says that they're putting water or sewer lines in instead of both? Or are they interchangeable?
The initial development required water line installation. The facility put in a septic system to handle their initial sewer system. We will be bringing forth to council in about 2 weeks a set of plans for the lift station and force main to support this site, which will be public sewer at that time, and it will support that site along with future development.
Okay, currently by a septic system.
Correct.
Thank
and
you.
Our code allows this as the size of this lot, and DEQ did permit the septic system.
Okay, thank you. Does that help you, ma'am? Okay, thank you. Good questions and great answers from the staff. Thank you. It's good to know that everybody went through that detail. Is there anybody else wanting to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 41, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance to change the zoning from the temporary I-4 Heavy Industrial District to I-4 Heavy Industrial District zoning classification on property located at 10925 Southwest Bishop Road, Lawton, Oklahoma 73505, and take action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
This is the companion item for the one we just had. The one we just had was for the land use plan. This is the actually change the zoning in the ordinance for temporary I-4 to I-4.
Are there any questions, council, before I open the public hearing? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Keisha, you had 40/41. Did you get your questions answered? Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to come forward? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve the ordinance, read the title only.
Second.
Please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the temporary I-4 Heavy Industrial District to I-4 Heavy Industrial District zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1 hereof.
Any discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 42. Everybody okay? Do we need a break? No? We're okay? All right. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to business licenses by amending section 791-901, 791-902, 791-903, 791-904, 791-905, 791-906, 791-907, 791-908, 791-909, and 791-910, Division 791, Article 79.
We only need to read the whole thing one time. I did check on that. I just wanted to get you a couple lines in before we
What did you say?
We did check. It only really needs to be read in full one time so that the public hears the whole thing. But
Okay.
I wanted to get you a little practice first.
So keep reading is what you're saying.
No, I'll read the title here in a little bit.
Okay, so I don't need to read all this? Okay. Well, then talk to us.
This one's not as long as the last one, and I do apologize in advance because you will be seeing me a lot more because we're doing a scrub of Chapter 7. So this is just the first ordinance of many that are going to be coming your direction in regards to business licenses. So this ordinance is, what we're doing with this is we're removing all references to distress and closeout sales. We hardly ever actually see anyone actually come in and pull a permit. I think I've seen us issue 3 or 4 in the 15 and a half years that I've been with the city. So we're going to change everything from distress and closeout sales to estate sales. I borrowed from Midwest City. They had a pretty decent code. I did throw in some language regarding having auctions at estate sales so that we are covered, if you do have an auction, you're allowed to have auctions, but the auctioneers do have to be licensed by us according to our existing code regarding auctioneers. And then anything else that regulates distress and closeout sales, we're just repealing and reserving those code sections. Any questions?
Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move to approve the ordinance, read the title only.
Second.
Read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to business licenses by amending section 7-9-1-901, 7-9-1-902, 7-9-1-903, 7-9-1-904, 7-9-1-905, 7-9-1-906, 7-9-1-907, 7-9-1-908, 7-9-1-909, and 7-1-9-1-910, Division 7-9-1, Article 7-9, repeal and reserving sections 7-9-1-911, 7-9-1-912, 7-9-1-913, 7-9-1-914, 7-9-1-915, and 7-9-1-916, Division 7-9-1, Article 7-9, Chapter 7, Lot and City Code 2015, by removing the requirement for businesses to obtain distress/closing out sales, retitling the article to estate sales, retitling the division to estate sales, defining estate sales, requiring a permit for estate sales, listing the application requirements for estate sales, listing requirements for auctions as part of estate sales, listing issuance and transferability of estate sale permits, term of estate sale permits, estate sale permit fees, stating reasons for refusal to issue a permit or revocation of an estate sale permit, listing violations, accessory activities prohibited, listing exemptions from obtaining estate sale permits, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Any discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 43, consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to Chapter 7 Business Licenses by amending Article A79 and establishing an effective date. Charlotte.
So this is the companion item to the ordinance that you just approved. It's it's changing the distress and closeout sales to estate sales in the fee schedule, and changing the fee to $10, which it mirrors the residential sales or garage sale fee.
Get a motion?
Move to approve.
Motion for approval and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 44. Consider whether to approve the property owner to continue remodeling the structure located at 1515 Southwest H Avenue per Section 611108, Section D, that states after 180 days the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by the council. Josh.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mayor and Council. All right, so 1515 Southwest H Avenue was originally brought to council and declared dilapidated January 18, 2022. Let's go through these pictures real quick. Goes through the old ones and you'll see the new ones as well. April 20th, 2023, there was a new owner that did start remodeling. Sorry about that, I'll go back a little bit. They are now close to being finished and would, recommend issuing them an extra 6 months to get the property all nice and done. Any questions?
Council, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, Mayor, I have a comment. As the citizens know, we do put a lot of houses on D&D. This is a good example of one of the houses being taken care of in Ward 5. And as you can tell, the city has no problems at all working with any citizen that wants to go ahead and take their houses and redo it, and especially if it takes them a little extra time. We don't mind at all giving them that extra time, and I make a motion that we approve.
We have a motion for approval. Is there a second? Second. Do you have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 45, direct staff to provide a comprehensive step-by-step process for the potential sale of the Chandler Creek property, including necessary actions to declare the property surplus and protect the city's water supply. Randy, are you speaking on this?
Yes, sir. Council, I don't know, over the last 3 years, 4 years, we've discussed this on and off. Sometimes I feel like the goalposts keep moving. So what this basically is just an item requesting that the council direct staff to bring back a plan by which we can, if we determine that we want to do that, we can make that happen. And so I would make a motion that we direct staff to put that plan together.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 46. Consider approving the addition of Southwest 38th Street from West Lee Boulevard to Southwest Lee Boulevard and Southwest Lee Boulevard from Southwest 38th Street to Southwest 67th Street to the list of roads qualifying for street rehabilitation, including milling, overlaying, and deep depth repair as recommended by the Streets and Bridges Committee, noting that funding has not been identified. Who's speaking? Mr. Gill?
I will.
Okay.
We've discussed this, but I haven't asked for council to vote on it. This is the one of the roads that on the top of our list, 38th Street from Gore to Lee Boulevard and then going out Lee Boulevard to 67th Street. Both of these items were approved about 2 months ago in the Streets and Bridges Committee. I'm bringing it before the council now because we're getting close to funding, so I would like to, and I am going to, make a motion that the council approves this, and I'd like to also direct staff with my motion to develop a schedule on the sidewalks to be done and also make an assessment on the drainage.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Yes, Ms. Chapman.
I've sat here for 5 years waiting for this to happen. Please, please, let's make this happen. I think about the people who drive in from out of town to go to those football games or whatever events at Cameron, and they're driving on one of the worst roads in Lawton. So please, thank you, thank you.
Okay, and this isn't identifying the funding in this time, it's just taking it off of reconstruction, putting it on deep repair and mill and overlay. Randy?
I just would like to appreciate all the work that the committee's done and its chairman. We've gotten a lot done. Got a lot more to do. I have no problem with doing a mill and overlay of 38th Street. When it comes to funding time, I will want to see some way of funding the sidewalk and the drainage, because I don't want to be back here again having to do the overlay again because of ponding and stuff like that. So I'd like to see that included, but I'm in 100% support of the mill and overlay itself.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, that's a full depth repair of the area that's needed in mill and overlay. Any other comments?
Now, let me make one.
Yes.
Chris was going to do some checking today on the drainage. We haven't seen a problem there. I know Councilman Warren had a question this morning about that. Do you have any additional information at this time? I might be able to answer some of your concerns, Randy.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I am doing well, sir. How are you?
Okay. So did you understand Mr. Gill's question about
I did not.
assessment of drainage?
Yes. So we actually did not perform a hydraulic analysis on this particular project. However, that's not to say that we can't go and look to see what sort of drainage capacity the area currently has, if it meets or if there's areas that need to be addressed. We did notice, there are inlets throughout. There is an existing underground drainage system, but we just have not assessed the capacity. And, up until this conversation, we weren't aware that there were drainage issues on this corridor. But we can
Okay, so
definitely
you're
get
going to do that and get back with Streets and Bridges. Sounds good.
That is correct.
That's good, and I appreciate that. I was not aware of any either. It kind of comes with the territory when you do it. You will develop or find these areas if they're there when you start laying it out, but I'd already talked to Chris about looking at this, so that was part of my motion to make an assessment of this, and where we need changes, we will do that.
And that included drainage assessment on Lee Boulevard, right?
Yeah, I have
Good.
drainage assessment and also sidewalk schedule.
All right.
If
let's
I may,
vote.
I do suspect that a portion of the drainage issues may be attributed to some of the base failures. So you have some conditions, Waterwood Pond there.
Yeah.
But, once we do, reconstruction of those sections and then the overlay, that should actually drain to those inlets, so where the water's designed to go.
All right, thank you, Chris. Let's vote. Motion carries 7-0. Staff reports, 48, receive a report from Lawton Police Department on the status of body cameras and other crime-fighting technology currently being utilized by the Lawton Police Department. Eric.
Good evening. Good. How are you? Good. But good evening, Mayor and council members. We wanted to provide you with an update on the process that we've been going through with the body cams and the software that will be associated with that, and also some current software that we're using. We've been working on this for about 10 or 11 months now, doing the selection process. We've conducted a lot of research on it over this time. We've met with several companies, we've been to conventions. We've really looked into depth on two different, which are your major companies, both Axon and Motorola. We've also looked at their demos, had them come down and show us their products, and we've also conducted a 30-day trial with the Axon product and the software. And with all the research and stuff that we've done, we've come to conclusion and agreements to select Axon as the provider that we want to go with. One good thing about this is they are on the NASPO state contract, so we'll be in accordance with that and piggybacking off of that. And they also sole source provider in a lot of the software that they have. It's also going to allow all 5 departments that we're looking at within the city, Lawton Fire Department, Lawton Police Department, Animal Welfare, Code Enforcement, and also Neighborhood Services to have the body cams and/or dash cams that are associated with this. So we just wanted to provide you with an update of where we're at with that. It's opened up to any questions that you guys have before I turn it over to Assistant Chief Wyndham on the other products.
Mr. Uyghur.
Yes, thank you. This is, Axion is the one that has a replacement in the event of a camera breaking or not functioning proper. They will supply
Yes, sir.
forces involved with equipment, so there's never a time without, correct?
Correct.
Because
Right
we've had
now,
a problem with the previous.
Yes, and that's what we have with WatchGuard, formerly WatchGuard, now Motorola, as their customer service has been extremely poor.
Okay.
But with Axon, yes, they give us an overage of, I think, 3%. It's going to give us
That's the
5
word I was looking
extra
for.
body cams. If an officer came in and had one that gets broken or anything, we'll be able to instantly get off the shelf, scan it into them. They'll be able to go 10-8 with that. Excuse my police talk, but they'll go back in service with that at that time, and then we'll send that one that's broken back to Axon, and they'll get us a new one very quickly to replace that. So it's part of their customer service package. Yes, sir.
If memory serves me correctly, it also has where it's not as easily grab it and go, so to speak?
Correct. We're going to have 3 mounting systems for the officers, so no matter if they're wearing their shirt, a vest that's got the MOLLE attachments, or if they're wearing their jacket, there's no way that their body cam will not be on the outside and properly worn for them and give that transparency
Excellent.
that we need for our citizens. And they are much stronger of mounts. They should not come off.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Mr. Warren.
I would just say that I'm really glad that y'all decided to go with Axion. They're really the cutting edge. They're there right there where it's happening.
Yes, sir.
Back to my comment when dispatch was up here, they actually do have a module where they can drone dispatch,
Yes.
which we probably won't ever get to that point, but if we do, that's an awesome ability to do that.
Yes, sir.
So they've got the equipment that I think that we're needing to get.
Yes, sir. Axon is very cutting edge, and they will allow our dispatchers also through their Fusus product to be able to see cameras live. Our officers will be able to see cameras live as a crime is going and occurring. They'll be able to watch it happening, and we'll know which way somebody's running or which way somebody went in the event that happens. Yes, sir.
All right, great report. Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Bringing up item 49, provide City Council with an update on FY 2023.
We have another part.
Oh, we got more?
Yeah, just on the flock cameras.
All right, let's
Yes,
do
sir.
it.
I know it said another's on there, so just going to add to it a little bit on part of that, sorry. So what I was going to do is real quick brief you on it. So we started this program, mine's already has started. It started back at the beginning of the year. We started it on April 9th, and it finally took place around May 14th. We got all the cameras up in Lawton for the flock system. During this time frame between now and then, we've had over 30 arrests just by utilization of that with stolen vehicles, stolen tags, warrants through NCIC or something. It has helped us on multiple homicides where we have been able to locate suspects. One of them occurring on April 21st where a murder suspect came from California to Lawton. He was caught on the flock camera. They notified us on it, and then through that system we were able to locate this gentleman within less than 24 hours and get him arrested and shipped back to California. So it was actually a pretty good deal. It's also helped us with our robbery suspects, motor vehicle theft, and recovered vehicles and property. A lot of that is recovered vehicles. These people get these cars back quite often, and it's been a greater turnaround. I've talked to our gentleman, our detective that handles this, and he said his caseload has improved or gotten bigger because of this. So many recovered vehicles on this.
How many more of those would you like to have?
If you're asking me, 25 more.
25 more?
Yes, sir.
You've already got locations picked for 25 more?
We do. So 15 for sure, because all we're going to do is because they're one directional cameras, we just want them to be opposite of the other cameras. So if you're going northbound, we want one that's going southbound, same way. But we still have some routes in the city that aren't covered by somebody going in and out of town to give access to it.
And so why has your department not brought a request for funding for that?
We were waiting for the CIP.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're on it. I like it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
2 quotes ready.
And council members can also now use their ward accounts for those. Okay, so that's good news. Yes, Mr.
I would put me on the list for one. I already have a location.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, we're moving now.
Okay.
And we worded that as security infrastructure, so it's not necessarily limited to flock cameras. If there's any other technology that you recommend for a ward, that's available.
Okay.
All right, this is good stuff. Thank you very much. And that brings up 49, provide City Council with an update on FY 2023 and FY 2024 audit process. Rebecca.
Mayor and Council, we are nearing the end of our FY23. It's going to soon be a bad memory. Our target date is still October 18th. FY24 staff is very busily providing the reports to our auditors to get that. They'll be on the ground here probably the first week of November. Yes, sir.
I do have a question. What was the date that is going to be completed on 23?
The 18th is the estimated
The
date.
18th. So on the 22nd, we will have a great report, and I look forward to that. You've done a great job getting us there. Thank you. You and your staff. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't mean to cut anybody off. Did anybody else have questions or comments on that? Item 50, receive a report from staff regarding the status of the program to install signage regarding panhandling and take action as deemed necessary. Michael.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. So yes, we're presenting our current status on our panhandling signs. So the initial panhandling signs that were approved, those ones are all installed, ready to go. The Homeless Action Committee last week approved the locations for additional signs. We have those signs in stock, ready to go. There we go. Hey, somebody turned it off. Okay. So these are the current resolutions that authorize the different signs and those locations of where those signs are at. And then these were the locations that the Homeless Action Committee approved in their last special action committee or special committee. And we're just waiting for them to bring that up to the council for approval. And then once we get that approval, we'll go ahead and install those signs. And these are the locations that we have them in.
We need approval tonight.
Okay, this is an action item, council. Can we go ahead and approve these?
Mayor, I make a motion to approve
We have a motion to, hold on just a minute.
Take action as deemed necessary, yes.
Okay, we have a motion to approve these locations. We have a second discussion or debate. Please vote. And that carries 7-0. Is there any other action you need on this? Okay, thank you. Good report. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Warren. Hankins. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we are back. Can I get somebody to make a motion to return?
So move.
Have a motion to return from executive session and a second. Please call, well, I guess we got to vote. Or call the roll. What do we do? Call the roll.
Hankins. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, executive session item number 51. John?
51, pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, governing body convened an executive session to discuss a possible pending action with Great Plains Improvement Foundation concerning a home program finding report received from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to the City of Lawton on July 26, 24, and we do have action to take in open session.
Mayor and council, I'd make a motion to direct the city attorney's office to begin foreclosure proceedings on the properties transferred improperly by Great Plains Improvement Foundation and to begin an investigation into the process of what occurred.
Second. Have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 52. John?
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider convening an executive session. Will the governing body convene an executive session to discuss a pending claim for potential litigation against the real property owners of the demolished nursing home located at 1301 Northwest Andrews Avenue? And I don't believe we are taking action in open session on that item.
Item 53. John?
Pursuant to 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider with the governing body convene an executive session to discuss the pending action in the United States District Court for the Western District of Oklahoma titled Felicia Parker and Larisha Parker as next of kin to Isaac Dwayne Parker, deceased, versus City of Lawton. We do have action to take in open session on that.
Mayor and council, the current city jail administrator, having been added to this lawsuit as a defendant in their individual and official capacity, and having made a request for representation, I move that the council find said individual was acting in good faith and in the course of their employment pursuant to 110 OS Section 23-102 and is therefore entitled to representation, and waive the contracting purchasing requirements in city code and council policy and direct the city attorney to contact as he deems necessary on behalf of the city with an outside law firm to represent the jail administrator, with said representation to be retroactive October 3, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries. I need one more vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 54, John?
Pursuant to Section 307B.2, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the governing body convened an executive session to discuss negotiations for a collective bargaining agreement for fiscal year ending 2026 between the International Association of Firefighters Local 1882 and the City of Lawton. And I do not believe there is action in open session.
No, there's none on that. Okay, item 55, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the governing body convened an executive session to review the employment of Donna Lynn Blazek Scherler as city clerk, and there is action to take in open session.
Mayor and council, I make a motion to continue the city clerk's contract as currently written with the exception of a salary increase to $95,000 per year.
Do we have a second? We do have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
I make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
Have I heard a second? Second. We do have a second. Okay, don't debate that. Let's just vote. Call the roll.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Chapman.